Hello, hi everyone, hi Lay, congrats on being first. I hope you're doing well. I hope everyone is doing good, of course. We're playing more Ace Attorney today. Pokekick, hello, welcome, welcome. We're in like a very... Oh, it's not even... I'm very good at this, I promise. Oh, oops. Wait, I didn't mean to start that already. It's capturing now. Now, there we go. There it is. We're on a big case. The detective that we've come to know and love has been murdered. It's pretty bad, you know. Gina was very sad about it because she's been taken under his wing basically the entire time. Well, most of the time. And now he's gone. It's very sad. And we're trying to figure out who done it, right? And along the way, probably uncover some bigger mystery because that seems to be how this game functions now, so... Those are some nice stats. They are, yeah. Very good stats. Now I hope my voice will hold out because I'm still a bit sniffly and my voice isn't great. We'll see how it goes. I'm sure it will be fine. I'm sure it's fine, right? Who cares if my voice is gonna be shot after like 6 hours or something that I'm gonna do this. It's fine. Okay, let's just start. Oh, there you are, Odo. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina? You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? Pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. Right, Renus, okay. Sure. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh my god, Lay. Oh dear, if it was deliberate, it puts me in mind that of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Scythe. Both strong and smart. Strength 17, Dex 15, Con 18, Int 17, Wisdom 14, Charisma 14. That's absolutely insane. Like that's a jack of all trade if I've ever seen one. Like they're very good at physical things, but also mental things. Robin, hello, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. How was Whisk of Rain? Let me give you a shout out actually. There you go. I saw you were playing a sniper person, I think. I don't know the classes in Risk of Rain 1 very well. Finally managed to unlock an item you've been after for ages. Nice, very good. Yeah, it's a sniper, okay. Good. At least usually the names are very on point. That's nice. We're solving a murder mystery as always. Eventually we'll get near the end, maybe. It's been quite a while. But we'll see. We'll see. There's been a lot of weirdness going on. Murder, yeah. So the detective has been murdered, which is kind of, you know, if there is a target you want to go after, probably the detective who's been solving the crimes, right? So it makes sense. But it's kind of unfortunate. Because we would have liked some help. Some more help. We've been getting help. But it's a bit of an odd one. And it's probably going to get even stranger. Okay. I know. Anyway, seems that on the day before Lord Van Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Suze. And it was me who took him in, thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. My ears being weird. Okay. Something doesn't quite make sense to me though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't tar him with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes, well, then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks, and Cosma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? That is a good question. All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over shortly. Yes, you're right. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute his trial, and he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Okay, interesting. Gonna be a long trial then, huh? Are you ready then, Mrs. Otto? Oh, Summer Green, hello, welcome. Yes, we're ready. I hope you're well. We're back in court. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Baron Van Zieks, here present who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asoki. My lord? Have you summoned the witness as requested? The witnesses? Your brain goes bigger and bigger? Yeah, that's 17 int, wow. Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Bailiff, usher the two men into the courtroom. Okay. These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabien de Rousseau, a descendant of the great de Rousseau family from Nice and France. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I am the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from Temsic are the future leaders of Europe. But do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alors, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. That is all I'm trying to do. So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oi, you could say that. Right. Shutakumi referencing his own work is really funny to you. I can imagine, yeah. Just like, yeah, oh, this other thing. That's totally unrelated, right? Except it's not. Good morning, Lumen. I hope you're doing well. Not bad. He has the grand ideals, but the petty plans. The strange combination is that the charm of the hilarious brothers, okay? The hilarious brothers. Sure. Si capo? Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you. Yeah, sure. Are you about to tell me one of your grand anecdotes? Aviva! Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Gebello, there it is, the capo's trump card, a furrowed brow. It is deep, capo, the furrow and the meaning of your words. What is this? The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui, c'est ça. And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud? Alors, I will explain it. No, capo, leave it up to me. As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse crying like the Trevi fountain. Wait, those dogs, one day the world will respect his redheads. Every night, he would bury his head in his pillow and weep for... C'est bien, Peppino, enough. I will explain the rest. What is... The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw the notice. How big is this game? Quite big. It's it's still... So there's one more chapter after this one. And this is like the finale, basically. So we're getting near the end, but I don't know how much there is to the last two cases. Apparently they're quite large, because it wraps everything up. For the last... Yeah, the last two cases, I guess technically is correct, because they're two separate things. Is this the last entry? Well, in the, like... this series, yes. Not Ace Attorney in general, of course, but... It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League. Oui, c'est ça. I am honored that you have seen it. Capcom just posted something on YouTube related to this game yesterday? Really? States that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. What did they... What did they post here? Oh, it's Apollo Justice. Yeah, Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. So that's a different... like it's part of the same universe. But Apollo Justice is a different series. I mean, there's a lot of Ace Attorney games, honestly. Like, if I wanted to play Ace Attorney all the time, I could probably go for a long time. There's quite a few of them. But I'm planning for just this one for now, and then maybe at some point I'll do some other Ace Attorney games. But yeah, they can be quite extensive and my voice does not like it, so I try to keep them limited, you know, the amount of time I play them. I was actually not expecting this one to be quite as long as it has been. Which was my mistake. I did have a break in between, but it wasn't a long one, so... That's that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. And that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at the park specified in the advertisement. And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. Oh my... Oh... Oh my god, people are stupid. Like, I get it, because the people are like, oh, £4 a week, that's cool. Right, that's amazing. The 5 shillings is not that much, right? So they're like, oh yeah, we can do that. But yeah, if everyone that comes in pays the 5 shillings, they're walking away with a lot of money. This is such an easy scam. So of course people... Oh god, that's so stupid. Great Ace Attorney is indeed the latest entry. Right, yeah, I mean this is the latest game to come out. Yeah, that would make sense. But it's not the latest in like timeline wise and stuff like that, right? But yeah, there's a lot of like older games that they've been remastering and redoing, which has been pretty cool. And with the money, to France. It was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken by such an obvious trick. Oh, poor Herlock Sholmes. The poor Herlock, he's getting called out all the time for falling for it. People are hyped. You didn't care much for the second trilogy yourself. I've never played it. I'll probably do it at some point. But it might take a while. I'm gonna be excited to give the games a second chance because Channel You Love is going to play it. Nice. That's good. It's always nice to see someone play something that you may have already played but never really fully got invested in, and then get reinvested in it, maybe even more than the first time. It's really nice. It can be nice to have a different point of view from someone else. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk like a coster's orange barrow. And the day on which all the men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. See, and now every time I see the capo's hair I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial, because it's close court. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. De Rosso and Mr. De Rossi, now you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, we are always ready to help with the law. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph. Aye, Capo? No, I don't remember him. Obviously he is dead now, but I assure you he was not in the park. Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui. I'm quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise. It must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. Fair. Also, the detective might have not been dressed that way in particular, if he was there. Because he was undercover. Why would he wear his detective clothes, right? Woodward, hello, Lay. Oh, Lay was already here. I saw you earlier. I hope you're doing good. With this attitude, we get to nowhere. He's really a sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another, similar event in the park on the day in question, That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. Which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed. Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Okay, what have we got here? Hold it! They had a lot of people show up. 1,000 people, that's a very big crowd. What's it? So they said 5... No. 5 shillings, right? I'm gonna just... 5 shillings is like a quarter of a pound. Apparently. Is that true? Was that a quarter of a pound? So if they got 5 shillings from everyone, that means they got 250 pounds. Right? Which in that day and age is like, that's wealth. That's like really rich. They got 250 pounds in a day. That's insane. You're hyped over the Princess Peach game? Ooh, yeah. I am looking forward to that too. I'm going to wait until a friend of yours streams it to see if you'll be getting it. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know when I'll play it. I'll at least play it, but I'm not sure when. I've been thinking of, you know how they have the like voucher thing that you can get for like 100 euros, I think it is. Oh, you missed Wonder then. I played Wonder. I played Super Mario Brothers Wonder, Lumen. Do it again? I mean, I haven't technically fully like completed it. There's more to do. God, I need to sit down because my feet are not liking this. I've been standing for a while. Even before stream, by the way, so it's not that it's only half an hour or something and I'm done. No. I've been standing for 2 hours, I think. Here we are. Twitchy, hello. You've missed me standing. I just sat down. So many games randomly showed up on your account that your next purchase is gonna cost you like a quarter of the price. Oh god. Randomly, yeah. They always randomly show up for Lumen. Lumen doesn't buy games, they just randomly show up somehow. It was quite a spectacle. Redheads had come from all over the capital. See, the capo here, he has the magnetismo animale. Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo. All those people wanted was the money, Peppino. The £4 per week. Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants? We, that we did. Because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. Actually, Tucci, I was wondering, 5 shillings, that's a quarter of a pound, right? I think that's... Yeah, 25p. So, they got 5 shillings from 1,000 people in one day. in late 1800. Which is about 250 pounds. That's not bad at all. No, they were gonna go to France with it apparently, but they got caught. Because what they did basically was they put like an advertisement in the newspaper being like, we'll pay £4 a week to any red-headed person. So all the red-headed people came in and they were like, oh yeah, application fee though for five shillings. Which they're like, 5 shillings, it's okay, right? If I can get the £4 a week, what's the 5 shillings really, right? It's quite a scam, really. We take their names and we take their money and we take their addresses as well. Then I tell them we take some days to let them know by post de finito. Maybe 2 minuti a person. We start early in the morning, we stop late at night. So you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune. Who'd have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with? One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. Okay. Hold it! Don't recall the man. Bank of England calculator says inflation adjustment between now and 1900 is almost exactly 100, so just converts pennies to pounds to get to today's money. Okay. So, what, 25,000 pounds? That's pretty good. Wait. 25. Yo? What do you mean? Just 25p, I imagine, right? Oh yeah, but like what they made, I mean, because they had 250 pounds from what I calculated. You're still on the 5 shillings thing, right? Yeah. So 25 pounds a person is what you're saying. So 25 times 1,000 is 25,000, which is what I said, right? I already calculated it in my head, sorry. I skipped a step. You guys are talking money. Yeah, sorry. I mean, the stream isn't 1080p, isn't it? Or it should be. He doesn't look at all familiar. No, I don't think so. And this is a wee guy. He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people. You were... You don't like people tricking other people, but you were scamming 1,000 people. Okay, I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense, right? No. Like, it doesn't have introspective at all. Says the con artist, exactly. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, no, signor, I might be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park. But he's not going to give court a definite, it seems. Hey, Capo, you didn't see a man like this, huh?
Hold it!
But according to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Oui, that is true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally the red hair is very distinctive, but not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around. Then it's just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could have gave us, maybe then we could recall. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, no? If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his moustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him. True. Kazuma said that these two have only been shown that photograph and they've been told nothing else at all. Let's feed him his profession. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in the situation. But what if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? I was tempted to tell him about the chips, but I don't know if he was undercover, if he would have to have the chips as well. The man in the photograph, a detective? Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing. Oh. Apparently it does change something. Something to add, Mr. De Rossi? Che, see? I am always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? Eh? What did he just say? About the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You've said enough already. But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard. What? Good lord. Huh. Well, at least one of them is being honest. Albeit a bit recklessly so. Order, order. Explain this Volta... Voltafase? Volta... What? Is that... I don't know that word at all. Is that the reference? Oh, total change in position, okay. It's from French. They probably used it specifically because it's French and there's a French guy in the witness stand. Voltafas? I'm not sure how to pronounce it. It's simple. The man who was at the... There was no such man. Madai, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, I have forgotten nothing. Nothing like this came to the park. Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at many things, but not two. The memory and the meals. Like I said, when it is time to eat the pasta, no one is faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up.
Objection!
It's kind of rude. She's like, you're inferior to me in every other way. Ah, Chop-Tard, the damage is done. Indeed it is. Oui, there was a man who came to the park and he said he wasn't expected from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was clean as shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner. No resemblance whatsoever then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled, and took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. See, the capo here doesn't take no nonsense, But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. I mean, yeah. But if someone was impersonating an inspector, they might have done so. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? And clearly, the papers were fake. Certo capo, you are a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, you are under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastico, and look, here is that identification. So you stole it from the man. He had it a common. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was. Okay. Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered as evidence. But I like them. Well, yeah, you can't just keep it because you like them. Return to the witness testimony. Okay, let me look at this. I mean, it looks somewhat... It looks realistic enough, right? It has some wear and tear on it. Metropolitan Police warrant card. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Not really. Looks fine. There's stamps in there and everything. It's possible that it's faked, but if it's faked, it's a good fake, you know? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? This Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the department and identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes, I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But it's unbelievable. So it's... But Gregson wouldn't just lose that. It was either stolen from him, or he was already dead. Or he sent someone else. No, he wouldn't have sent someone else to investigate, surely. I mean, maybe. I don't know. It's very strange. Now let us return to the witness's testimony. Allora, this victim is nothing to do with us. I think we just represent that, right? I want to... Let me just save, just in case.
Objection!
I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, Counsel? Is this really a fake, or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. That is the boss's? No question about it? It can't be. As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. No. No. It was not. I mean, we can use this to get to other things, but it's not Inspector Gregson who was there. 100%. Zut alors! This is a big gripe with the game for you. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense that they're like, yeah, it was definitely him. It's like, no? What do you mean? Like, someone could have taken his identification after he died, or like, his identification was stolen earlier, or who knows, right? There's so many different ways. I've never seen anyone not immediately go, oh, so Gregson didn't report it stolen because he was dead. Yeah, exactly. Like, he was already dead. Probably. Order. But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on at me about it. If you lose someone, report it at once, he'd say. Yeah, exactly. So Gina is like, yeah, but he'd report it. Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Yeah, by being dead. Physically, what are you saying? Unable to. You're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. I mean, yeah, 100%. But was it stolen? Or was it stolen like before he was killed, or was it taken from his body after he was killed? There's two possible outcomes here, which depend on the timeline. And it does bother me a bit, I guess same as you, that like they go hard on one option when there's multiple, and I'm like, dude, there's two possible ways this could have gone. Don't shut out one of them just because you're assuming it's the other. Order. The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? I mean, that's, I guess, a response. Your initial thought when you first saw this game was, oh, so the guy who talked to the Reddits must have killed Gregson and taken his ID. Yeah, that's a possible solution. I don't think that's quite the case. I don't know. It seems a bit more complex than that. But I don't know what else it could be. Sarah. Have a good lurk. Good to see you. I hope you're well. I know nothing where. I don't know nothing where. Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no? No way. Now I wish I'd returned to Italia. Way. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, Lammers, stop your whining and start talking. Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story. I know nothing. Way, I don't know nothing. But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. They're just crying. Oh my god. Master criminals, You will dry your eyes and testify again. About these identification papers and the precise circumstances in which you came by them. Yeah, like, what did the guy look like? Because he gave a little bit of a description of like, yeah, this was, his chin was this, his, like, he was clean shaven, blah, blah, blah. Like that, right? He could have given a bit more of a description. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hide. What? Okay. Interesting. You didn't even have to go there necessarily, but you could have just been like, yeah, we took his ID. Like, we could have done something here. I was not expecting them to just be like, yeah, no, we took him to our secret hideout. Took him prisoner. It's like, dude, you're just admitting to more crimes now. I don't think you needed to do that. You really didn't need to do this. All we needed to know was who the guy was. And they're just like, yeah, we took him prisoner and we stole his ID. It's like, you didn't need to do that. Oh my god. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shot him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. And the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like a prison, really. Wang. This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man. But no, see, no, it was not like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. It was never part of my plan, I swear it. So you think it was my fault, just because I got the date of the ferry wrong. I won a little day. Ferry? Slip up? I do not think it was your fault, Peppino, I know it. I know it. No. Per favor, capo, it's not fair. Ferry isn't boat. Well, yeah. I know what a ferry is. I know. I'm just... What does the date of the ferry have to do with it? I guess because they wanted to get to the ferry before investigation, so they kept him in prison so that he couldn't report them before they were able to leave, that type of thing. But again, they didn't need to bring that information in. Well, yeah. I'm just saying that it seems like it's related to him being in prison. Like, imprisoned a man, it was never part of the plan. They think it was my fault, I got the date of the ferry wrong. Right? So it sounds like they kept him in prison because they were afraid that they'd immediately like go to get reinforcements or whatever and, you know, capture them. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying at the start already. But I'm just like, why would you say such things? They're just giving information that they don't need to you confused about my confusion? There's no confusion. There's not really confusion, it's more like is it any use other than they were just dumb? Probably they're just being dumb. You still have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison. Yeah, it's just squabbling. They're just letting things slip that there's really no need for them to talk about. Like, they're in a witness stand and they're just squabbling, talking about like how they missed the ferry and or got the date wrong of the ferry and stuff like that. And it's just like, is that important? Not really. I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective? Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. I mean, he wasn't a real detective. Do you remember Ringo and Nash? Well, yeah, true. They're similar in a way, aren't they? Very similar. Someone's got to blurt out information so we have something to go on. True. Because if the other guy, if the Rossi, if he hadn't blurted out like, yeah, we know the guy, or like we've seen a detective rather, right? Then blurted it out, then we wouldn't have got anywhere.
Hold it!
Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me. I never intended for that to happen, and I'm sure the detective did not intend it either. Do you think? But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. This was the first crime for the capo. He was at the end of his wits. I've told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. What about this hideout of yours? An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. He rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the capo here. An impulsive idea, I would say. No, not impulsive, inspired, capo. What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino? And it was in the house described that you confined Inspector Gregson, was it? But you have to remember, I was under the impression that it was a pretender, not a real inspector. Doesn't quite add up though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? No, you are right, but we couldn't be completely certain. That's true.
Hold it!
You're scared? Why? Because we had to come to the park. We didn't know there was a chance that we had seen through my plan. And if that wasn't the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow a whistle on us. Even if he was just feigning to be an inspector, he was up to no good, huh? Without a doubt, huh? Yeah, exactly what I said earlier. That they were afraid he would just rat on them immediately. Even though they thought he was an imposter. I think most people would agree that it's you two were up to no good. Well, see, you may be right. I capo. The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner. What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place. I mean, to complete the disguise, I guess? Because I'm pretty sure it was just a person pretending to be Gregson. But why? I don't know. I ask myself the same question. You were writing down the names and addresses of all the people who we took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what name he said, but the address, it started me. See, address Scotland Yard, Homicide Division, he said. Well, that's just... like, either it's a terrible detective who doesn't know how undercover works, or it's someone who wants to implicate Scotland Yard completely and be like, no, I'm a detective. I'm gonna put in like all the detective things. And then just to make clear that I'm a detective. Why? I don't know. That's so stupid. There must be a reason. He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude. I just politely asked him why he had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Ryunosuke, really? Do you really think Inspector Gregson is an idiot? Because that's what you're basically hammering on right now. Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you said. See, we did. Okay.
Hold it!
A room next to ours. This ID book here. See, this is the one. What made you believe that was a forgery? I never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking it must be false, so I capo? Oui, it is just as Peppino has said. We were convinced it was not genuine. And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive. All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made the preparations to transport all of the money. This testimony is your least favorite part of the game because it's so dumb. Yeah, there's a lot of just talking about stuff that I'm like, well, why are we focusing on this, Ryunosuke? Like, it would have been easy to already notice what's going on. At least somewhat. Why are we not just asking for like, oh, can you describe the guy? Can you describe what he looked like? Or like, give a picture, or like, can we show you a picture? And do you think this is the guy? Or whatever, right? It would have been much faster.
Hold it!
What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? Above, it was nothing. Just a minor incident. He found to Inspector, he was a real piece of our work. My capo? What happened? Oh, it was a disaster. We gave him a nice room, and what does he do? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilatore. Can you blame him? We chased him, the sir, and we caught him again. Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? So, what do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room. Oh. What's that face? You're just happily eating pasta. Nom, nom, nom.
Excuse me.
In your mind, they could have done this without the Gregson fake out by going, okay, so it wasn't Gregson, tell us more about him so we can find him and bring him in. Yeah, exactly. Me? Something Mr. DeRosso just said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was all that about? Cavolo, at times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. And I speak from personal esperienza. Personal experience? That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say any more. The truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the capo here, he came after me like a turbine. He dragged me back to the house kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, eh, capo? Bruises, you say? Oh. On the neck, huh? Okay. Well, that makes one person very suspicious. You wanna see my fantastical bruises? That is enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. What to do, huh? I show you, I don't, I show you, I don't. You do, now. No, Laura, if everybody wants to see, then I do it. Ecco, you see, it is still very visible, eh? That red ring around your neck. You got that when you were dragged back to the house? See, the capo, sometimes he is very rough, and I said that's enough. Peppino's neck is nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word. Yes. What is your opinion, Council? I mean, it's very important, yes. Mr. De Rossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about the mark on your neck. Aye, Capo, you see, everyone is interested in what I say. Very well, you will amend your testimony as requested. See, if you really wanted to know. I guess we just press it?
Hold it!
Are you saying the red mark was caused by... See, a big collar made from the leather. Okay. Like a dog collar? That is... Leather collar. This is true, Mr. De Rosso. What? We had the St. Bernard at home when I was younger. It is a souvenir from that time. With a very strong chain. Strong chain. Would you put that around your friend's neck? I'm sorry, I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. You did not have to tie the chain to the leg of a bed, though. Over the bed, though. I would not have tried to run again. You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you? Treat other people equal, is the capo's ears a motive, huh? It's starting to sound a lot more like a prisoner all of a sudden. The capo is a tough, but the capo is a rough. I shouldn't have done it. God. There's something else for sure, yeah. So the only reason I like this testimony is because of Peppino, really. Because he's just so silly and just being like, yep, this happened, and I'm just gonna confess that literally everything. And the following morning, when you released the inspector, he had a red ring around his neck, just like a me. Just a little guy, yeah. Peppino, s'il vous plaît, leave it to me. Now you know, the couple here don't want to tangle with them, but for the inspector, it's not so bad. What do we... Wait. Can I... But, like, Gregson didn't have a red ring. Is that what we should... Because I know who it is that they're talking about. But I can't present a person, right? I can't be like, oh, it's this person. Do I have to present a picture of Gregson and be like, he doesn't have a red ring around his neck? Or something.
Objection!
So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only. However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, counsel? I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim. He doesn't have a ring around his neck. Yeah, but that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning. And I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. Rosso. I like that the only reason we're figuring this out, which we shouldn't have had to really, is that they used a collar that just gave immense bruising. And that he happened to do it to his partner in crime as well. That's the only reason that we went with like, oh, it couldn't have been Gregson. It's so bad. That's such a stupid reason to find it out. But what we tell you, we say this from the beginning, many times, where Peppino is right. The man in the photograph. He is someone different to the man we held captives that night. It's very Ace Attorney, yeah. Order. It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. Yeah, exactly. If that's true, however, how do you explain Inspector's identification? This is the genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. Ooh. We also know that the inspector had made a note about the red-headed leak in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely. The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real Inspector's identification? Ask the man. We know who it is. Does the defense have some plausible explanation? Yeah, I know exactly who it is. I don't have an explanation, but we can just ask the guy. We know who it is. My lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo, so why don't you help us all see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? An imposter. But boy, this mode is frustrating. It is. It is. We're getting there, though. I hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. I admit the undeniable facts point to one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person was not Gregson. In other words, your whole argument is a waste of time. No, it's not. I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed is who exactly is the man that carried his identification? Oh my god, can we just get there? Clearly the defense has an idea about that. Yes, I do, please. Let me tell you who it is. It's a freaking gossip, man.
Take that!
Freaking gossip. I knew I didn't trust him. But I don't know, like, I don't know if I don't trust him because he's still wearing a disguise, or like there's still there's something off about him. But he has been very helpful in a way. Goodness me, isn't that one of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today? A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by. It's the lip. Yeah, the lip is off-putting, yeah. What on earth would a street seller be doing with the police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? Oh. See, this is man is not for the Red-Headed League, he's looking for the Twisted Lip League, Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noticed something around the man's neck, a red ring of bruising. Eh? What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Why is it so unbelievable? It was very obvious. Is Kazuma blind? Probably. Maybe his amnesia had some side effects. Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom immediately. There he is. Oh, they're just showing it off now. Okay. I mean, nice, I guess. I don't know if we want to see your bruising, but... Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising, indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him. Now what's going on here? I've always had this, me. It's a birthmark, isn't it? No? What do you mean it's a birthmark? You expect me to believe that? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you. I, summoned about an inspector again? But I'm telling ya, you've got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it. Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. De Rosso and Mr. De Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? We are in a big trouble, eh, couple? That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. Okay, finally. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. He's right, see? You think we would forget these grand lips, eh? I never leave Fresno Street, right? I've no interest in any red-headed league. So, one thing I said last time as well, I still think this guy is this guy. But it takes so long to get there. Because his hair is so similar, I can't not see the resemblance in the hair. And the fact that he's been missing, that his wife said like he's not been home, he was imprisoned, it all lines up. It just makes me wonder, like, why? Like, what is going on? Maybe he's allergic to sesame seeds? True. Maybe he got stung on the lip by a wasp or something. I don't know. Who knows? I'm all alone in the world, me. I have no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? I think you're possibly still disguised. Or something else went wrong. Samet, hello, welcome. It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man. No, it's a judge, please. Really? What have I been telling you, huh? There was no need for this pointless testimony. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler. Remember, Fresno Street's all I know. How could I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief. I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruto. Nice. At least we have someone who knows where we're going with this. Or hopefully.
Hold it!
I'll just press everything again as usual. How can you be quite so certain? There's no need to hurt your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the answer is obvious, no? Because I have never seen lips like this. Well, just because he has thick lips now doesn't mean he always had them. What? Why is that? Why are people so dumb? It's like, oh yeah, he has thick lips. It couldn't have been him. Like, what? Looks very much like that pride left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar. Very true. It does look very much like my neck, though, huh? No, this is a birthmark, lad. No, it's not. Biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. Aye, they broke the mold when they made me. Really? It was the first time in my life. I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. No, okay. Pretend you've never seen him before. Yep. I mean, just because you don't recognize the guy doesn't mean you've not seen him before, right?
Hold it!
I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. That's what I'm saying. For some reason it makes me want to eat, how did Fabian call it? An eclair. Okay. Never seen the hair as black as yours before either. Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe this is a national trait. Huh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have a grand lips. No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street, and I've never left. That is the problem, see. They definitely didn't go to the park. How many times do you want me to say it, huh? Never left Fresno Street. You'd heard of the Red-Headed League, had you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going on off in town. I sold a tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got Sandwich to cover up for it. Wait, Sandwich? Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. I don't think it does. As you can see, my own hair has not got a hint of red in it. And in any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sidling off to some other part of town.
Is that so?
Not likely. Ooh.
Excuse me.
Oh, what do we have here? Mr. DeRosso? We? Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's word just now lead you to remember something relevant? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park, a small house or something. Be the headquarters of your Red-Headed League, yes. I visited an housing agent on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip? With a housing agent? Oui. He had some kind of contract in his hand and they were clearly discussing terms. But no, you're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street, me, like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else. Someone with the same face. No, the capo was right. I remember it too. He was paying at a man with the banknotes. With notes? Like I said, that was me. Two people were saying it was. And considering they were very, very adamant on not forgetting those lips, I think they're actually correct here. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money me, so I looked at the name on the papers. Oh. Were you that close? Wait, were you that close to the papers that you could read the name on them? Kinda sus, but sure. I mean, that's good information to have. What was the name? No, that's the man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hubun. Oh no. Well, that makes him immediately suspect, huh? It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think. You see? No. Oh, peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street. That's that. I don't much like folks talking about my personal life. Indeed. And it's not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of the witnesses. Well, but the crime scene is the house of a certain Hugh Boone, which is kind of important, you know. I shall respect your wishes. No, Judge. No. No, the name cannot be... I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Yeah, how is the judge like, oh no, the name is not important? It's like, really? Really, Judge? Have you forgotten one big piece of evidence here? Good gracious. Do you similarly object, Prosecutor Sugi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Well, I never. In what capacity? Have you been paying attention, Judge? For someone who's supposed to decide on the fate of of the people, you should really be paying more attention to the actual case. I feel like, you know, I feel like you should be paying a bit more attention to the names mentioned, maybe taking notes. Hugh Boone. The name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. Starting to see why they implemented the jury system. Yeah. Specifically for this judge, actually. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case. Is he actually gonna be straight up or tell more lies? Because... I don't know. So your real name is Hugh Boone? Well, just between us, don't like to blow me own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grumpy little room in the falling down backstreet townhouse. I like that he avoided the question. We ask him, is your real name Hugh Boone? And he's like, yeah, I can afford a house. I can afford an apartment. I'm pretty good at my job. He didn't answer the question at all. Because I still think his real name is, oh god, what was the actual name given? Shit. What's the name? Daily Vigil. I still think it's Daily Vigil. I think that's all this is leading to. Is that it's Daily Vigil and that he's involved in a bunch of things. I don't even know. Once every 6 months, go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. If either of us is a vulgar, it's not to me. Think again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must. So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered has been here under our noses all along. I rent the room where the fellow was found, it's true. What difference it makes. Is there anything... I don't think we have anything particularly that... I mean, this links them even more though, right? Because that's why... That's what makes sense, right? So it's his place, he has a picture of his wife on the desk. So he's Vigil. It just makes sense. Now why Inspector Gregson was there, I don't know.
Hold it!
I mean, we know he wasn't, or most likely wasn't killed there. He was put there. You live in that room, presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk. Then, why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. Clearly can't be him, the picture has no distinct facial features. I mean, you might be onto something, Woodward. Maybe. How about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have access to. No, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair and that. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there, in your room? I still don't think he was killed there. Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest. It seems to me that Mr. Mr. Boone, with rather as little is known about this room as possible for some reason. It does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now, you know. Ah, I'm all alone in the world, me. Have no kinfolk or nothing. Okay, I'm gonna yeet the picture of his wife at him. Because, I mean...
Objection!
If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room. Ah! I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Oh, well... Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler, I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Oh yes, it does. And on another case as well that Kazuma would be very interested in, I'm sure. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. What do you mean? Okay, be so sure. Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. Really, Kazuma, this is your reasoning? But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? What do you mean? There's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed, but consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Yep. And hiding that prominent feature, in other words revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? I mean, I feel like we should have just been like Mr. Vigil immediately. I feel like in that moment we should have just been like Mr. Vigil, right? Or like his full name, whatever his first name is. Just completely, immediately smash the guy. Mr. Daily Vigil. Right? We should have really just immediately went for it, but now we're gonna have a lot more dialogue and be like, who is this man really? You're still hiding the truth from the court. If that's a disguise, then underneath it his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. Yeah, why didn't you just immediately say it then, Ryunosuke? I guess because I have to put it in. The defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please. No. He doesn't want it, but, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to do it, Mr. Vigil.
Take that!
The real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. Thank you for the nani. I don't recall that name, Counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. No, just hold on a minute. I haven't the first idea what I'm talking about, really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please. Wait, bring soap, a sponge, and a wash bowl at once. Mr. De Rosso and Mr. De Rossi will restrain the witness. Oh. Wait, you're asking other witnesses to restrain a witness? I don't think that's what you're supposed to do, Judge. I don't think... You're experts at it, I guess. Please don't use the collar, though. I must now bounce as I've gotten beyond this point, don't want to spoil it. Okay, have a good one then, Boba. Boba. Enjoy the rest of your day. Wow. No! Stop! Get off! Dude, I don't know why he wants his identity to stay a secret so badly. There it is. Peppino just dangling on that arm, yeah. Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. He doesn't look 40, if I'm honest. Because it says he's 40 years old. This isn't... let's see. Yeah, look at him. He doesn't look 40 at all. He's aged well. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court. Have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. Extraordinary. Well, on the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. De Rosso and Mr. De Rossi in the park was you, disguised as the inspector. Or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison. Chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why, you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at prison. 10 years. Ooh. Kazuma's interest being piqued here. Like 10 years? That was exactly... Oh no, it's linked to the old case again. How could it possibly be? Everything comes back to the old case of the professor. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there is a greater deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. Oof. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. The times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation, one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. In 10 years! I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street, the scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. Why on earth didn't you just tell us in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them. Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6p apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder of the prison. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I'd invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I mean, sounds about right. I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then, one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. Oh. What? Impersonate him? Interesting, so he was asked. We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orksey tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. I guess to make it... because he was doing so many cases at once, on his own, it makes sense that he would have had someone to work with him. Secretly. And then everyone would be like, oh, Inspector Gregson again, right? You would be able to get more work done by having someone help him this way. Interesting. Scotland Yard Inspector willingly relinquishes identification into your care with intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure anyone will point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn words. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Welcome back. Sorry, your phone died. Not the phone. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. What? Explain yourself, Prosecutor Soki. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed league men when they imprisoned the inspector. Well, now obviously that's not true. This part, the being killed in another location part, is still very much possible. Oh my god, that was so stupid. Just a little tap at an arm. Poor Vigil. But no, that can't be. Why does he... After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. Oh goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. Well, yes, I assumed as much. I don't know why Isogi is so, like, happy about this. I'm like, well, yeah, obviously. And obviously that's the case. You're right, yeah. But that doesn't mean anything in the end. Like, that these people are innocent of this crime. Okay, yeah, true, you're correct. Good job, Asogi. You're agreeing with me. That doesn't mean anything in the end. Like, he could have still been killed, but by who is now unsure. Yeah, now we gotta build a case for some other person. Yeah, exactly. That's gonna be difficult. That is true. But at least we have another witness who may be able to shed some light. You know? Rinosuke, really? Are you that shocked by it? Like, surely you would have thought this through. Order, order. Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven somewhat ironically by the defense. Yep. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Well... I mean, Kazuma... Okay, I think I know what he's going with. I think Kazuma is like, I want to know about your warder job 10 years ago. I think that this is, it's like, it's gonna go off course here. We're just gonna be like, but, so, you said you were a warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago, sir? I want to kind of know what the heck happened. I feel like that's where we're going. I'm not sure, but... With your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma? What question, counsel? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. Yep, there we go. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. I know Kazuma at this point. I know what he's going for here. 10 years ago. Execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh. Answer me, man. One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case? No, Judge. It's not at all. I mean, it might be. Actually, okay, apparently Kazuma thinks it is. I mean... I guess it could be. In some way. Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. I mean, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Because it's... the... like, that case and the Reaper killings are inextricably linked, right? And the Reaper killings were being investigated by Gregson. So it makes a lot of sense that there's a link there. But it's a very iffy one, right? It's not like certain or anything. He's like, I think they're linked. I think so. Kazuma, do trust me. Yeah, that's it. Just trust me. Just trust me. You've got this. Does the defense concur, counsel? Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Yeah, because it concerns his dad's death. You know? It's kind of his sole reason for wanting to be here, I'm pretty sure. Oh, poor Kazuma-sama, no wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father. I know, I do understand that, but even so. Prosecutor Asogi, do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me, please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection. Just trust me. Just have faith. I see. Do trust, yeah. I've got this, for real. For real. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? It does, yeah. Well, 10 years is a long time. But I have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. Well, yeah, definitely. Super odd. But don't we have the dismissal notice, though? Can we refresh his memory? Can we refresh his memory by showing him his dismissal notice? Because there's a reason listed there. Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. What? Kazuma, what? Why do you have to say it like that? Why do you have to say it like that? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. Why does he say it like that? Like when we wrap it up for protection, why that way? You could have said it in a different way and not come off as weird. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. Because I was thinking bubble wrapping, you're thinking condom. Well, I know what he means. It's just that the line wrap it up for protection is usually used to implicate something else. Right? Which is why specifically saying it like that almost feels like intentional. But I don't know if it is intentional. It just tickles me a little bit because I'm like, did they mean to do that? Did no one see that? Or did they think that was okay to say it like that? Were they just like, oh, whatever, that's the best way to describe it? I don't know. I just wonder if the writers knew what they were doing at the time. That's all I'm curious about. Like, I get what he means completely. You don't think it was intentional? I think it just slipped past the teen culture typo? Yeah. Probably not. But I still think it's funny though. But that's just me. Broke it out, obliterates from our memories, sealed away, but it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. I mean, he knows this personally, right? And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't... Kazuma-sama... But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another. Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. Should I? Should I present the evidence? Do it! Just do it! Right? Make your dreams come true! No idea how this is going to go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Well, yes. You didn't resign, though. In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No. No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. Dismissal notice? And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's it's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as Chief Warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. No, isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. You did something. Well, yeah, it even says in the notice itself. The aid of a prisoner escaping. It's like in case one of the first game where Kazuma says, "You don't think I can get you off" in the lawyerly sense, but nearly everyone reads it and goes like, "Oh yeah." Yeah. I do like unintentional like things like that. Where it's just like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, that could be read in a different light. I know what you mean, but it always gets a bit of a chuckle out of me of like, oh yeah, okay. See what you did there. Even if it's unintentional. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June. Was that the professor's execution? The professor. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. It's funny to you to think that Kazuma regularly speaks in accidental innuendo in both languages, yeah. Somehow. The convict ostensibly executed earlier that day later re-emerged from his grave. The convicts came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, he was shot. A gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Why has he forgotten? I guess pushed it down? Wanted to forget? Well, Chief Warder, Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? Huh? Yes, the whole prison, it was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. Shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? What? Order, order. What do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil? That your memories of the time have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Drebber. But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that the prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murder execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. Just circling around. One evening, he stopped spinning. A few days after the... How is he talking normally doing this? A few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. He's spinning faster, oh no. I'm sorry, Daly. Serious business. But I cannot help you now. As the chief warder, he was responsible for overseeing the execution for. Well, it seems the fellows at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And to the next thing I knew, Professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. I let him escape. I'm finished. My life. It's over. You okay there? Oh no, he's not okay. He's not okay. Well. He's gone, I think. No, he's not dead. Probably not. Berla, fetch a doctor at once. Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect. Oh, okay.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Cosima, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Yeah, we're getting there. To be continued, I imagine. Right? Yeah, there we go. To be continued. So we have a day before the rest of the case. Before the rest of the trial. Okay, we're back in Sholmes' suite. Still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to the hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. Okay. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Wow, okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. It's like trauma, right? Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? The POV scene we just saw was him jumping out of the window. Yeah, that's what I know now. Or at least I understand what the visual was showing us. Because the smashing thing could have meant a couple of things, but it actually was him like actually going. Bruno. Oh, Iris. You're miles away. Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Thank you. Multi-purpose screen shatter. Oh yeah. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he had disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and laughed. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Probably. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. That's so true. But that's what I like about Hurley after all. I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea and then I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have time, Iris? Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Or Mrs. Sholmes? I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. Oh, plan of action, okay. So, how did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know, I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? Well, he wants to know what happened to his dad. And, like, who was actually responsible for the killings. The professor killings. Because it's probably not his dad. His dad was just the fall guy, I'm pretty sure. The person they blamed, probably. So of course he wants to know. Real bad. Kazuma, Edgeworth. I'm going to get the handshake, yeah. I'm going to get to the truth of it, even if it destroys his mentally unwell witness. Yep. Why not? I really need to sit down with Kazuma to try to understand what he's going through. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see. What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out, just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Ah, do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that the little room was actually the Inspector's secret office. Well, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. But then, why was the notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. Oh yeah. Gregson's movements. What has he been doing? I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Shums was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my, yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. He probably still is. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson... Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Okay. Mr. Vigil's condition. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Shums if he would help her find her missing husband. Only Mr. Shums completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Do you know which one? Ah, it's St. Sinner's. Of course it is. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. But that's amazing, Bruno. You found the lady's husband already. Well, I suppose I have, by accident. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No. So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be a stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Grexy? But why? I have absolutely no idea. Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno. Wait, what? I haven't paid anything. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. What? Why have I been accused? Why am I up to no good? It means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Right, Saint Sinners then. Okay. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris. You're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight. That water pistol? It's stuffed full of wait, it's stuffed full of piping hot extra special blend of mine. And I'm quite sure it will be very effective. I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out. Yes. Let's do that. Do Saint Sinners. I think Sherlock Sholmes being gone is because he's helping us in some way, but I'm not sure how. It's probably gonna be what's it called? It'll come up later. Of course it's the same room, slightly differently, but in the story that inspired Vigil's secret, the missing husband had quit his job as a journalist because he actually made more money begging. I mean, honestly, I think that would make sense, because a journalist might not be paid a lot, and begging can actually pay a lot, depending on where you beg and like stuff like that. Like, I've heard that peddlers on the street can actually make a decent living sometimes, just from, you know, begging for money. This notice caught my eye before, actually. I suppose it's some sort of slogan for the ward, or a cheerful welcome message, perhaps. Let's see. Pay with good cheer, leave with good cheer. Oh, look at that. You were spot on, Mrs. Otto. It's full of cheer. I wonder how many discharged patients have to pay their medical bills with good cheer, though. Once I had to have a very painful injection when I fell ill with a cold. I felt awful already, so why did I have to suffer the sting of the injection as well as the bill? I yelled at the doctor. Oh dear, what terrible treatment. Imagine having to pay. Public health care. For the win. Reuse a nightmare patient confirmed. True. True. There are all sorts of medicines in the cabinet. Look, I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this. They've had this before, where Cesato is like, imagine if you're packaged, you might try some of the pills. Like, you're... what? No one does that. I hope not, at least. These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at the base of the wall outside. What? Base of... Wait. Oh my god. That is not how you would do that, I would hope. Like, maybe not have him right next to the window, you know? maybe. Maybe. Don't have his bed right there. Aren't we a story up from the ground here? Oh dear, poor Mr. Vigil. I can't help feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion. You think, Ryunosuke? You think? Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it? You think there's a better solution than putting a cushion a story down at the ground level for someone jumping out of the window? Yeah, there's probably a better solution, you're right. A pair of crutches. Before we came to Britain I hadn't realized they were used here as well. I imagine they were imported into Japan from Great Britain in the first place. So no one in all Japan broke a leg before their arrival? That's not how that works, but sure. Yeah, no one broke a leg until the British arrived. Those damn British. Breaking legs all the time. The sight of these things doesn't bring back good memories for me. Oh dear, did you injure yourself once and need to use some? Should the turtle break your arms too? Wow. See, this is what we're dealing with. Twitchy, how dare you? When I was little I thought they looked fun, so I borrowed a pair to play with, but then I slipped and sprained my ankle. I see. They contain powerful magic, those wooden staffs. The power to heal and the power to harm. I don't think they have any power, really. I mean, they have the power to keep you away from the ground. You know? In a way. I think you're just a clumsy idiot, Ryu, yeah. The power to harm with a big stick isn't magic. True. True. You can just hit someone with it. I mean, you can treat it like a magic spell, where you're like hitting someone while yelling some kind of spell casting. Unless you're a wizard. I mean, yeah. Fireball! And then just hit someone with the stick. I think a certain cheeky little boy managed to cause harm all by himself, yeah. Patient treatment notes, what did he say? Endlessly obliging. I suppose that's referring to the patient in his bed. Endlessly obliging? Endlessly part is a bit worrying though, yeah. I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out of the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"? I mean, maybe. Oh, imagine. Oh my god. Let's check with the doctor later. Yeah. Oh. God. That's amazing. He's just like, I want to jump out of the window, and the other patient is like, oh yeah, I'll just open it for you, go ahead. You jump as far as you do a flip, you know? That kind of thing. And do a flip all the way down. Let's go to prison. My Van Zieks. Lord Van Zieks is reading, look. It doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. He can probably hear us, yeah. What do you Nipponese want? Wow. What do you mean? Iris isn't fully... I mean... I mean, I guess he's just talking to Naruhodo, but... It's also kind of rude, still. That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence. Old habits die hard, yeah. They do. Perhaps not. I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh my god. He actually apologized. Wow. Imagine. Lord Van Zieks, speaking earnestly? Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. I must say I was impressed. Oh. Van Zieks, thank you. Not by you. Oh. Damn it. Van Zieks, you were being nice. And then you're like, actually no. Zach, hello. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you? I suppose. It's retribution for me for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? I mean, yeah. Just because he's trying not to be racist doesn't mean he's gonna stop being a dick. True. He likes it too much, you know. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. Huh? It's a whole organization? It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. Ooh. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case. Well, that means they're in law themselves, right? Perhaps above like normal stations. Especially when it comes to certain information about... But the only one we know... I mean, either then it's just like the judge or something, which I don't believe. Or it's... I mean... The only other person that's high enough up that could orchestrate such things and not be discovered would be Strongheart. And he is very passionate about cleaning up London. So Possible. It's possible. Who knows? But that's just a tangent. Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused. It can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. I guess someone high up to Scotland Yard, but only. But then Gregson was very high up there. Would they have murdered him? I mean, I guess they would have murdered him if he knew something. Still murdering their own detective? One of their best. I guess to keep it under wraps. It makes sense. Someone that you can't mean. It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. What? I think Gregson was trying to figure it out though. I don't think he was actually involved. I mean, maybe he was, I don't know. I trust Gregson. I don't want him to be involved. Gregson the Reaper? Yeah, I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think Gregson was killed by the organization that Zix is talking about because he was getting too close. Possibly. That's my assumption, at least. So the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of this organization. I mean, I guess with him using the warden Virgil, with him using him as like an alibi, that would implicate him in some way because it was all hush hush and secret. So it's definitely possible, but I still trust Gregson in that he wouldn't do that. But maybe that trust is misplaced. I don't believe it. Are you saying that that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there? Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh. He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on the Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name. Oh? You what? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then. Or, if I can name the woman. Oh. She's a young woman by the name of Assassin. Assassin? Is that really where we're going here? Is that damn it, game. In Japanese, she's Anne Sasha. Oh my god. Which is so much better, yeah. It's uh, but we know the name Shin from the whole Revelation thing and at the end of the first game, right? It was mentioned, and it was mentioned later as well. Oh god, when was it mentioned as well? I feel like I've heard the name Shin before. I've completely blanked on when that was though. Because I know it was at the end of the first game, but I feel like there was another time when it came up again. Was that during the case in Japan? When Susato was... when it was about the swan lady? I don't remember. It's been a while. Wait, what? Shin? Well, I said swan lady. I mean... I didn't even... I think I didn't even link the name here when it was first said. Assassin. I didn't even link it with assassin. But because he said assassin and then the name, I was like, oh my god, that's what they did. But in this, the first time I saw it, I didn't link it immediately. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. You just looked it up, and Japanese word for assassin is ansatsusha. Ansatsusha, yeah. But ansasha is actually not much better in that sense, yeah. But they would have it a similar way. It makes sense. Just peak Ace Attorney, yep. Just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, she was murdered. The woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey. Well, one of them. Or at least like one person that was involved with it, probably. With the whole situation. Nothing ever will beat that man. Fair. That man. Listen, Naruhodo, this is perhaps not the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father, yeah. Probably don't tell her. Was Daedman? Daedman, yeah. With an I, okay. I mean, it's very close. What's that Shin? I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. Well, let's talk about Asogi. Kazuma, is it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. Well, you say that, but I mean, yeah, he was a bit. He went a little bit awry every now and then. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father, Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. Ah, I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. I don't think you can just say that, Van Zieks. I don't think you would know if he was corrupt. Like, they're not just gonna tell you. Is the thing. He was your brother and you looked up to him. That doesn't mean he wasn't corrupt. Just saying. Just saying. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. Oh. Oh. He saved your life? How did that happen? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. Well, I think he wasn't actually the killer anyway. I think that's what we're trying to prove all the time, is that, or at least what Kazuma's trying to do, is prove his dad's innocent. That he was framed or whatever. All of a sudden. Don't make a peep. You're coming with us. We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. Living Genshin picture. He looks good. I like his headband. I see where Kazuma got it from. I'm mysterious, you just found a cup of iced tea in the kitchen. Ooh, mysterious. Is it good iced tea? Is it nice? Refreshing, perhaps? Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I had been targeted several times before already. It's Van Zieks, alright, we've got him. I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come, I let them kill you. Clint would never forgive me. Like, why would... Seriously, why would Asogi say that line? Why would Genshin Asogi say this line if he was actually the murderer? And especially if he then saves Van Zieks. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Come on. Come on now. I'll let them kill you. Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. Bang. Bang. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. It shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. I mean, this is sounding more and more like government corruption. Like a framing of Asogi, because he was a foreigner, no one would care to make him the government corruption in my greatest attorney. I know, right? But like, so say that the noble family was actually involved in this, or like some government higher ups or whatever. Like the nobles were being killed off. Someone has to take the fall. Why not use one of the visiting students that no one is gonna miss, right? Then you can clear whoever actually did it. Be like, no, it was this person. Set up evidence for it, blah blah blah. But then it turns out that the warder of the prison didn't believe it, or like your initial theory was that he was framed and given a mask so nobody would know who he was and be able to give him an alibi. Maybe. But like the warder, I guess, didn't want to go through with it, with the execution or something like that. Tried to help him get out. Maybe because he believed he was innocent or whatever. But fake his death, I guess. I don't know what exactly happened there, but at least that he got buried alive. But then eventually still got shot in the end. And then he was dismissed, the warder, because of this whole thing, also as a cover-up. It all feels like a cover-up. Everything. It's like... But that also makes me think that it's not Gregson, because then someone is trying to... I don't know. It's hard. Stuff like this is involved. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. Rinosuke. Don't just believe it then. Maybe believe that Gregson is not the Reaper for now. Keep it in mind that he was, like, involved in some way. Right? Maybe not in planning it. Maybe he was trying to figure out who it actually was. Maybe he was one of the good people, you know? Because imagine what Gina would think, Ryu. If you were to tell Gina that Gregson was a bad person, she's gonna hate you for life. She's gonna hate you. He doesn't like that. Just think of Gina, Naruto, okay? Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh no. Oh, actually, our government. Yeah, okay, Japanese government. I mean, they might be involved too, though. I think Susie's dad is fine. But I wouldn't want to get governments involved here just yet, you know? It means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray! Let's go to the Great Waterloo Hotel. Okay. I guess we're done, yeah. We're so sus of Mikotoba for the longest time. Yeah, I don't think Mikotoba is involved. He seems nice. Jigoku seems nice, but he's also high up in everything, which makes me think he might know things. More than he lets on, at least. I thought it yesterday and I think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow too. My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here though, wouldn't you say? Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. There he is. Ah, father! Susato is the sus Mikotoba. True. True. Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely. What a charming young lady, and you are? Uh-oh. Ah, really? So you're the author of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you? Did we tell him name is Wilson? That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know? Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. Okay, he's not actually taken aback by this info. Okay, that's good. Because he must recognize the name Wilson. Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. I wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you were admitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, no, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Oh, he's reading my thoughts again. Really? You didn't miss a step against the Sogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. Really nice to hear. Yeah, Van Zeeks. Why can't you just do that, huh? Why can't you just be like, oh, you both did well? Instead of being like, oh, I was impressed, but not by you, by your friend. It's like, dude. At least Mikotoba is nice to us. What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo, I trust you haven't forgotten? Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father. Of course, of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. Where... Huh, where indeed? Let's talk about that. I'm not actually as interested in talking about the Reaper thing as I am about Judge Goku now, like where he is. Now that he's mentioned it. I haven't seen Judge Goku for a while, have you? Guilty. That guilty is still ringing in my ears. Yeah. No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the great exhibition. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Goku having once been in a dock himself. Ah yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial. The close trial of Kazuma's father. Sashiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh my. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire for which he was charged. Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Ah yes, talking of Sashiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Oh. Nice. What a lovely picture. Certainly seems to shout we've arrived in Britain. It is a nice picture. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? No. No, that's true. Let me look at the picture. Susato and her dad are the ones smiling, and then Jigoku and Naruhodo are both kind of just like, yep, we're being stoic. Naruhodo being kind of sweaty as well, but... Yeah, I can't see Mikotoba doing anything wrong. Look at that man's face, look at him smiling. I mean, Jigoku, he broke a desk already. Plus, look at that. That's the face of a criminal if I've ever seen one. That's maybe a bit too far. A bit too close. I do wonder where he is. If he's actually at the symposium. Maybe I'm making this out bigger than it is. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? Of course he does. Of course he does. I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after that case, when the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Van Zieks, who was in the dock today, that was Baroque, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe. That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard, but the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else. I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Someone by the name of Assassin, in fact. I beg your pardon? Did you say Assassin? You mean that Giselle Brat woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? No, a friend of yours was killed? Oh no, Iris. Oh, Iris. Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor's talking about. We don't want Iris to find out. Just like, no. But... Please, no. Let's talk about the favor. You mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. I don't know about that. Seems like a long one to me. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. Oh, okay. You want me to do... What? What? Father, what's the meaning of this? Now, Sato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean... The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really, quite urgently, in fact. But I've not even been in London a year yet. I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. We need you. You. Specifically. So, you'd be leaving then, Bruno? Then, what am I supposed to do, Father? You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also. Father. Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand? A hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, just come to a conclusion before the end of the trial. Okay, sure. Give me a time limit, why don't ya? A very quick one as well. Like, I don't know, this case is maybe a couple of days more at best. Probably tomorrow is like most of it. He's basically telling me like, oh yeah, decide if you want to pick up your life again and move back to Japan within a day. Like, okay, that's kind of a big decision to do within a day. Especially while we're working on a big case as well. But sure. You won't leave, will you, Bruno? The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me? Where indeed? Okay, well let's talk about Dr. Wilson's death without mentioning the name, I guess? Ah, I've just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. That was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh yes. You just tried to leave me behind. You just tried to leave me behind. There you go. Okay. Nice, Zato. Good job. So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the accredited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. It's the name of her father, you see. But father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yuma University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Bratt. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about the case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty, he was never the great detective's partner. So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yeah. We're back with cinnamon biscuits. Oh, they smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. Yeah. Oh my god. I do wonder if that's true, if it's a different Wilson. Would be suspicious, considering it's like John H. Wilson completely. Like, the chances of that, sure, it's possible, but it's unlikely. I guess we'll find out eventually. If you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asa Shin. Of course, Father. Thank you. I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Oh good, and please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you. I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home? But leaving Iris behind, though. Or Iris could come with. Maybe. You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. Though I don't think Iris would leave Sherlock Sholmes behind, actually. As well. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. No doubt. Asa Shin. Of course, it's so obvious. Oh, it's Sholmes. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Oh, he's here. Mr. Sholmes. Hurley, where have you been? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It's a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who? Well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. Well, that's a coincidence. I see. Well, it looks reliable enough for a bearded fellow. What do you mean by that, Sholmes? I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent. I will, but what is it? No questions at this time, if you please, Mrs. Addo. All we can do is pray. That for once, my deduction is awry. Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which... No, then. You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. Certainly, I have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. Oh, and he's gone. Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace. And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind too, of course he did. Okay, must be very important. What was the message, though? I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once. And now run and call a cab. Straight away. Oh. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Nope. Are we gonna run as well? Apparently so. Prisoner Street room. Anything here? I think there's not anything really that we haven't investigated, is there? It all looks the same. I don't think there's anything to do here. Thank you for the hydrate, Jaeger. Ah, they're here again. No arguments, Prosecutor Osogi. Strongheart. Now I'm sus of Strongheart. With a lot of the stuff we've heard, I'm like, Strongheart, kinda sus. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed, is that clear? Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama. Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. On your way now, Osogi. My lord. Oh. Kazuma. Oh. He left without saying a word. Interesting. Yes, what are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Zieks' trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Osogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. He looks evil. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can see it. He looks very determined, that's for sure. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes and 41 seconds, 42, 43. Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Oh god. He's not gonna like this. Does Prosecutor Osogi believe that Lord Van Zieks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful close trial, that Lord Van Zieks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. But that's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Wow, okay. A rock slide, even. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believed Lord Van Zieks was responsible. He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. Okay, makes sense. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. Oh, Wow, what a coincidence. The last one was the professor's, the trial of Genshin Asogi. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Strongheart. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later, with the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. We do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is? I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Ah, so that's what all these gears are about then. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. What do you mean? Not something with which you have to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Steps need to be taken, like implicating them in a crime, just like you did Van Zieks Strongheart? Well, I don't know if he's involved, but that makes him sound very sus to me. More so than he already was. He's like, I shall have to do something about that then. I'll have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that's a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible. Well, what? Why are we responsible for it? You were already 2 hours and 50 minutes late before we even came in. I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi? Discussions between defense and prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. Oh, thank you. Nice. Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. Okay, new location. Here we are again. Oh, little diorama. I like the dioramas. So this is the Office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor Japanese style in that dark corner. It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working. Oh, Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that I would be a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you. And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London, about how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once. along with Judge Dikoku, and about what happened with your father. And then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Minosuke Naruhodo. Oh, okay. Just asking him about your disappearance. It's getting on for a year now. This is what happened on the SS Buria. You were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain when a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. Bizarre serious? Bizarre serious. Shaking my head. Whoever did this made a mistake. It's a series of coincidences, rather. Not serious. It's a series of coincidences. Why do I want to say consequences? Typo! Burn it down! How dare they make typos unplayable? I know, right? I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. It was just this voice in my head. I have something to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. You hate that picture of Kazuma? Oh, the one with his death? Or death, right? Him lying on the floor with the letters. Yeah, it's not great. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port. I don't care that he's alive, I hate thinking about him dead. Yeah. No, I understand that. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Interesting. But he wouldn't have been able to communicate much, right? I mean, maybe. Being in Hong Kong, I guess there would be ways to communicate. Honestly, same, whoever we're talking about Kazuma here. This man. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled, I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I'd escaped as a dead man with nothing but the clothes on my back, no money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. You went to high school with him? Yeah. I can see that. Definitely. Luckily though, I had two feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right, and on the back of that I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. Food, nice. I want food too. Can you make me food, Lumen? Thank you for the hydrate. The man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name, but he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. He'd cook me the best meals. Ooh. I would love that. I mean, not having to cook for myself is already very good. Bake your stuff as well. Oh, it would be amazing. If only. They're too far away though. Too far away. Doesn't work. Of course, I had no point why I moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So how did you end up becoming Lord Van Ziek's apprentice? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. That have been your knowledge of the law. Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. You send it through Discord. Yeah. Send me pictures and I'll eat the pictures. I'll just print them out and I'll eat the pictures. I'm sure that will taste the same and have the same impact, right? Eat them bites, yeah. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and signed me to the prosecutor's office. And then 9 days ago, the mask came off. Yeah. I got your memory back. I did. Okay. So I still think that the coincidence, the stroke of luck. I mean, I don't know about Lord Strongheart being there, but I feel like a Japanese man coming into London with knowledge of law would be like sus to them. Surely, at that point, right? Because if they know about Genshin Asogi, right, the whole case, and if it is a cover-up, then they probably don't want someone. His father's Genshin Impact. Kinda, yeah, sure. He left an impact, alright, that's true, yeah. He definitely left an impact. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. Baby Kazuma, yeah, look at him. But what I remembered most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotomo, your father, Susato-san. Oh my. Well, we kind of know that though. He did tell us. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at UMA. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh. Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. The letter was from you, Lumen? You don't know how to write. Surely you do know how to write. Shaking my head. No? What do you mean, no? Surely you use text to speech, okay. Right. I don't know if I believe that. Considering some of the things you say and typos you make. Or is it the other way around? Text to speech uses you? Is that what you're saying? Text to speech is using me. You communicate psychedelically. Ooh. Psychotically. Psychology. Yeah, sure. Yeah. It's one of those. It's one of those things, Lumen. It's one of those, definitely. Use your mind, your mind powers. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Oh no. As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Who would have written that, though? Because it was a closed court, not many people would have known. Van Zieks? Did Van Zieks write an angry letter? So Zeke's writing a letter to Japan being like, you Asogi, you damn Nipponese. I can see him doing it, to be honest. I don't know. I don't think he would have done it, but still, I could see him doing that. Did it have a sender on it? Presumably the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. Okay. Strongly worded letter to like a like 15, 16-year-old. Yeah. Just being like, kid, your father was a mass murderer. Fuck you. You suck. Basically. That is such a... Like, imagine sending a letter just halfway across the world just to cuss out someone because their dad killed a bunch of people. Like, he wasn't even... Like, he was very young at the time. He wouldn't have known. And they're just like, oh, you... Your work is the equivalent of developed by ILCA. Does it get more offensive? Wait. Why ILCA? The ones who did Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl Dirty. Oh, okay. Right. I forgot about those. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. I like how you talk shit about it, though you actually love the game. You're such a hypocrite, is what you're talking about, Lumen. That's the word you want. Today's words are hard. Yeah. Words are always hard, to be fair. Words do be hard. Well, what did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. Oh no. Oh, okay. Wrong person to choose there, Kazuma, I feel like. The other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. And in that moment I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Oh, Kazuma-sama. Well, I mean, he's gotta go. Just the Korok stuff in your face, Kirby style, you shall not be judged. I would never judge you, Lumen. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their heads. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Van Zieks isn't a Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... Ryunosuke, please, don't do that. Don't just be like, turns out Inspector Gregson was the one all along. You don't know that. You have no evidence at all. Just that Van Zieks thinks it is, which... It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. But poor Gregson. He's being shamed. I like Gregson. Why is he being shamed? He wanted to go to France with Gina and protect her. You mean you knew? The real question is who's been giving orders to the Inspector. I mean, I guess the Inspector wouldn't have been able to... Like, maybe he didn't want to be part of it. He wanted out, and that's why he was killed. That would make sense. Yes, Baroque Van Zieks is the real Reaper. What did you... What? Wait, you think Van Zieks was giving orders? I know that 10 years ago it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave. Well, because he was the prosecutor then, but that was only because he actually thought that your dad did it. He was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. I mean, yeah. I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Well, I feel like we should tell him the story about how his dad saved Van Zieks, but I guess that's not an option. Oh, can we actually... wait. Oh no, we don't have... I can present this picture. No? Okay. What about this one? Does he not like the pictures? Oh. I want to show him some pictures. I don't have anything else I want to show him, really, do I? Let me actually look at this. What the? It's a scale model of the crime scene. I love this one. Oh yes, I realized that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. To be honest, you enjoyed making that. Sure you did. So what is this lying figure here? Is that supposed to be Gregson? Because he's over here, right? The line is over here. Why is there someone lying on the floor here? Why is this? Police officers, there's a gun lying there. This poor thing. Candelabra. The picture frame for the wife isn't here. Everything else looks alright. Like this is the little police figurine that ended up being key for the watch. There's the wig, I guess, and the gun. Okay. I guess they just like making those things. Okay, I don't know if I can do much else here. Can we go to Mr. Vigil? Is he back yet? This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Ah, there he is. At least he's not jumped out of the window yet. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things, you'd obviously try to forget. The prosecution was here until a few moments ago too. You just missed him. What? What do you mean? I was literally just with him. What do you mean? How could I have missed him? We were there and then we came here. And he was there with us. How could we miss him? It's impossible. He did instantaneous kinesis, probably. He's just really fast. We left at the same time and he arrives here and interviews Vigil before I even get here, which is insane. Kazuma beat us to it. He said much the same as you, he was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please don't think like that. Like keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. What are those hand movements? What is that? You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. Perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but it wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true. Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more of your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? What does that even mean? You mean instantaneous kinesis, human? Think the instantaneous, like teleportation, basically. Instant transmission from Dragon Ball. Maybe. It's a reference to an earlier case. Like when they tell you food is ready. Yeah, like that. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. I mean, I don't know if I can help you with that, but we can try. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. It was about the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. He'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf. Yeah, so that he could be like, oh, I was working on this, oh, I was working on that, right? To everyone else. Instead of them being suspicious of like, where were you for like this entire day? Oh no, never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. A little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident. Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud. And that's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I've suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. So it would have been someone who knew about it as well. Hello Joe, have a good lurk. It was at midnight on 17th of June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Vauclair was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial at Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin, as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean the coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. In the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? In the end, it doesn't even matter. That's true, Lumen. In the end, it doesn't even matter. I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Okay, so he was framed as well, in a way. Or at least he became an accomplice without knowing that he was an accomplice. Obviously you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? Oh, have a good one, good summer. See you in a bit, maybe. Or some other time if I don't see you today. Have a good one. He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. One. Just the one. He said another human, not multiple, not 5. He said one. Interesting. The following day, the close trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Oh, a will. As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen his will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true. But there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed these things? That is unusual. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. Powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? His sword, maybe? That's the point. He wasn't oh, writing material. Okay, never mind. Wait, did he have a sword with him? Surely he wouldn't have had his sword. That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him. Yes, that was the long and short of it. I've no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he had the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then. But what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. But where is it then? How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without a trace. What? What do you mean, it vanished? It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, we need to find that. I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but somehow it disappeared? It was after Asogi's execution. Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. The poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming. It can't have disappeared completely. That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? Well, yeah, like how would he know? If Vigil was the only one who had seen that he had a will, that he had written a will, how does his higher up know that it's disappeared? What the heck? That doesn't... In what way? Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Exactly. You told him, Lumen, you can't just tell people things. They're secret for a reason. Shaking my hands. You didn't know? Oh, well, that's okay then. You know, mistakes happen. It's fine. You're right. I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi papers. Oh. The Asogi papers? I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I'd forgotten all of this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. If only we knew where the Asogi papers were. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope it don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. But what will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be. Please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Ah! Before you go, there's just one more thing. Vigil, what the heck? Wait, he does that little goodbye and then he's like, ah! Scream! What the heck? Yes? What is it? The Asogi papers. What? I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason? It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about the document that Kazuma's father left behind, it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison. I guess so. Oh my god, look at him sitting on the bed. Poor man. Well, here we go. Governor Caden. I have a question. Back again, are ya? Yes, hello. I've heard all about your investigations. Read the report just now. You found him, eh, Vigil? Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, the laddie doesn't work here anymore, so your case is not to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes. Mr. Virgil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given a chop. Aye, Kimmer. You can very well. How about a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, they really are like little handcuffs, and as hard as irons too. So what's brought you down here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? How's he biting into it and not like actually eating it? It keeps regenerating. We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. Oh my god. I like that. So we were just told by Vigil himself, please don't tell anyone about this. I'm not supposed to know this. And then the first thing we do is go to the manager here and be like, something about those papers, you know? It's like, really? Immediately? Betraying his trust? Well, I guess we're not telling him that we got it from Vigil, but how else would we have known? Like, seriously. Did I not say Gregson's death is not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not footer about with irrelevant details. His expressions changed completely. Clearly onto something here. I mean, I don't think he likes it though. That murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, aye. A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney South, and my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it. The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs. Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I don't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed? Eh, I do. You wouldn't say otherwise though, would you? Of course, I cannot shun all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody what kens what went on at the time now. Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Sides forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Well, we're not going home empty-handed. And I wouldn't dream of sending you packing with not, Kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two. Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic. Yoda, good afternoon. I hope you're well. I suppose if there's anybody who might still kind of what happened back then. I'd be the last from the forensic division, Maria Gori. Maria Gori? Aye, Side's daughter. Didn't I have no more, just the one? I did think it was Side's daughter, yeah. And that's the coroner of the current case as well. We needed to talk to them anyway. But the wee bairns followed in her man's footsteps. He didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. Ah. Yeah, we've seen her before. It's the bird mask. Dr. Side's daughter, Maria Gori. We could be talking to her. Yeah, where is she? Can we talk to her? So she's Dr. Side's daughter, but her surname is Gori? Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mom working with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I cannot understand it myself. Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother. Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mom's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Well then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. Well, thank you very much. I'm not happy about any part of this. Took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. You don't give up on this, laddie. Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry, I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. No, just stay away now. Leave me alone. Then come back here. Well, I want to hear about the papers first. How do you come to know about that, laddie? There's no many folk about, even here in the prison, who've heard of those papers. Well... I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a lost will and testament, is that right? The professors, or rather, Ganshin and Asogis? Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Was that the end of the silent treatment? Then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? There's no, you're off at half-cock there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, what would we heard elsewhere? Let me just have a wee look around here, I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here you are. See? The Lost Will and Testament of Genshin Isogi, written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese squiggles. But in mine it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his own land. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Isogi papers. Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Isogi, no doubt about it. And he just gives it to us? I'm surprised. No mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all, just a matter of that slasher of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I preferred if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office, or rather, Wouldn't you just prefer it? Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. I understand. But we're going to anyway. Let's see. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland and family again. But I regret nothing about my chosen path. Okay. I want to show this too. Oh, he doesn't want to see it? Okay. He doesn't want to see his dad's lost one testament? Okay then. Fair. Wait. Do I have to talk to Strongheart for this? No? Wait. How do I talk to the... Wait. Because we want to talk to Maria Gori. She's the Freedom Watch's lullaby. Blah. I want to pay her a visit, but how do we? Where do I go to? Maybe Shizado can give me a clue. As long as she continues to investigate thoroughly. Okay, well, that doesn't help me at all. How do I talk to Gori? Oh, I can't do anything here. I've already been here. Talked to him a lot. Don't know if I can... I don't think I want to present anything. Combat, hello. I hope you're doing well. I see you survived your journey today. Even with all the error messages. I saw the image. Truck is poopy, I can imagine, yeah. Well, I say error messages. The truck is dead again? Oh no. I mean, does it live through the day at least, or? This guy says Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it? Okay, there's nothing else about that. No, it died there, and then it can't move with the engine fault. Well, I guess not then. Well, that seems like a problem. What the heck do I do? How do I go? We're like, oh, we want to talk to this person, but how do we talk to the person? Can I present to you the... Ah, here we go. This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too, so I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory. Well, yeah, it's... Kazuma. You're like, oh, she wasn't there, but I got a name. It's literally on the autopsy report. Right here. That's not new information. I don't know why he thought he did something. He was like, yeah, she wasn't there. I got her name though. It's like, yeah, we know her name. It's on the piece of paper that we have. I'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. The last thing I want for is anything to be brushed under the carpet. The laboratory is behind Logate Cemetery. Of course. By the prison. Well, thank you. I'll pay it a visit. Okay, now we know where it is. Good. Rinosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before eternity. Karuma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip of the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karuma, is a symbol of the Asogi's clan honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for his surname. Really? Karuma. It does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side, which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. Well, the sword might be very important then. Like, there must be a reason that his possessions were sent back to... Like, one of the Asogi papers is missing. His possessions were sent back to Kazuma. The sword included. There must be a reason there. It must be important in some way. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. I'm now linking things together all the time that I'm not sure are even linked, but, you know. I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Rinosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zieks given what happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the Inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to do as a lawyer, and I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey. Okay. We'll see each other again tomorrow. Oh. They've redecorated this place. Really is creepy, isn't it? Well, being a dead room is probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Iris? Do you think we could change the subject? Oh. Shink, shink. What was that? Someone sharpening a knife? Or carving something? What are they doing? Dr. Gory? What? That noise before. I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely. Huh? No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Tch. Was that a tad? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... Okay. I hope she doesn't stab me. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not dead yet. What? So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open, so she's strict about things like that. Well, good. But the size had some scruples, at least. Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us, for the time being anyway. For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Tch. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Okay, well, let's present... here. Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this. He was very good. Good? Sorry? His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. We can skip those details. But there's one thing about the report that caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded the time of death. That's not my fault. Oh, that made me jump. Then please, tell us what happened. She finally took off the mask, huh? So why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail. I was told not to write it. What? By who? Miles Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice, he came here. Uh-oh. More evidence that Strongheart is not up to no good, basically. Okay. I don't like where that's going. How do we... If the Lord Chief Justice is involved, how do we actually get him to confess to that? That's like fighting up the chain of command. You don't do that very easily. It's gonna be a problem. Lord Strongheart came? He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on the 1st of November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to go the same way as your mother. Give it here then. Huh? Why's she scribbling so furiously? There. You've written... What's she written? Tell us. Indeterminate. Huh. Interesting. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? And when the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. Oh. It's fish and chips. And that fish had started to rot. What? If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off. Well, yes. What are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate that? Is that even possible to do? Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator, and I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. Maybe in a factory or some other special places? I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder, if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow, what might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier. No. In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered, at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. Strongheart. Very sus. One other thing, it's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. The professor... Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so... We were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. And that's not all Mama did. Sorry? My mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks as well. What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zieks. The final killing, the final victim. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. The detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. And that autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all this mean? You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zieks. They both spent their final moments before their burial at the section table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and signed a certificate to confirm the victim's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. No. And worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us. He was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? Indeed. I love Rowlet. Rowlet is very cute, isn't he? Yes. The little bow tie. You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks. It was at the time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. Turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. Ah, okay. Okay. So Wilson was involved as well. So basically everyone who was involved is slowly being killed off. That's crazy. That's right, my daddy. And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. Wait, a visiting student? It must have been my father, Eugene Mikotoba. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. And that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? Would you like to see the records for yourself? What, would that be alright? What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade. Thank you. At least she's very open about this stuff. Let's see, Van Zieks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo? They aren't here. Nothing under Van Zieks. There must be. Perhaps somebody took them away? No, no one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone. Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day, saying that he'd like to see the records. Oh, you don't mean... Sherlock Sholmes was his name. Oh my god. Sholmes. Deep down I knew that this was coming. Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it? Iris? Does Iris know something? Bruno? I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh, no, there's no need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when the detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. That's the way it usually works, yes. Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I was Dash. Wait, Iris. I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home. Oh my god. Iris has the autopsy report. What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection. I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Ziek's autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've all asked all we came to ask now. Okay, let's go back to Sholmes' suite because Iris is hiding something. Where is she? Iris? Where's she gone? Huh? Okay, well, let me... Oh, maybe it's not here. He's gone. Wait, where do we go now then? Wait, we've done all we needed to do, right? Where is everyone? The heck? Am I missing something? Vigil? No? What? He's not here either? Everyone is gone. Did I miss something? Now I'm not sure. missing here? I don't want to stick too long on this, so I'm just gonna check where I'm supposed to go after. Where are we here? Glory, Determinants. Prison. Oh, we need to go back to the room on Fresno Street apparently. But I looked there before and there wasn't any difference, was there? Oh, now there is. Okay. The police are still busily investigating in here then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. Well, I expect she'll be back before long. Shall we wait? Actually, there is something different about this room since we last were here. Yeah, the green case thing. What's this case? This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. Wonder to whom it belongs. There are some initials on the outside. Look. TG. Tobias Gregson. Let's ask. What? Oi? What do you think you're doing? Oh, Gina, there you are. Just my trunk, that is? Hands off. Gina. Where were you hiding? I don't know, you leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick and Harry got his greedy eyes on it. Just about gasped Gina, but... What? Speed it out, Otto? Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere, always has. Where have you been the last year? Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. Okay, let's talk. You should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. Trolls, have a good hug as well. Have a good hug. I hope you're having a good day. And I will hug you as well. All the hugs. Many hugs. Should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers. Oh, you mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals who got off scot-free. Yeah, the one prosecuted by Lord Van Zieks, who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. No info about they only hug. Yeah, that's fair. That's fine. All hugs. Well then obviously it wasn't that blooming Reaper giving the orders, weren't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? There was a notebook hidden in his office. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? No, did you see it, Gina? Did you see the notebook? They wouldn't flame and let me, because I'm just an apprentice apparently. But it was me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh, that's our Gina. What did it say? So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? The way I see it, is my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, an all long list of them. All details about the blood are supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly, that's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway. Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. The end of the list, you mean? I'm pretty sure that date against it was the 31st of October. The day before the inspector was found dead. So what was the odd name? It weren't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like, nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Oh dear, what a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. I don't suppose it means anything, but... Did you say Shin? Yeah? What? It does mean something? Well, friend Zeke's knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. Now he found out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. Well, that's not good. I haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and that. But Ant's at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. The day before. That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? He found some cove what was pretending to be him, didn't you, Alder? Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Line Street that day, posing as Gregson. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results. When we met, me and my partner get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby. He's such a faithful friend. Yeah, Toby is the best boy. Have you tracked anything down then? What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though, police business in it. Anyway, point is, if you don't ever need my help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the Hellhound here. Right, because they look oh so hellish, honest. Gina, about your Hellhound there. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least. It should be. After all, in the great exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Robert's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh? Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of? Ooh. That is a good question. Murder weapon. I don't know if the murder weapon is what I want to investigate here. I probably want to. Oh, oops. It's either the murder weapon or the wig. We'll do the murder weapon first,
Take
see if that
that!
does anything. The Chief Inspector said woof to that, Otto. Yes, I heard. I think perhaps that particular item doesn't excite him very much. Okay. And you got nothing else? Okay, well... let me try again then. So the wig.
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. It might be a little too keen, don't you think? Oh my god. Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Oof. Look what he's gone to. Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson. In other words, it must have belonged to him. Oh right, it's a fair cop, I suppose. She nearly got away with it too. I mean, it has his initials on it. He always talks so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what he can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a boomer, weren't it? That's enough now then, Gina. Yeah? I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. It weren't like that, it just weren't. What are you talking about? I know what's going on through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I'd done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. Sandwich? Not to a bag of chips. No, it's the witness sandwich. The old guy. Yeah, they didn't put between them wooden boards of his, the boss's trunk? You mean when they heard the sounds like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene. Goodness. Me and the Chief Inspector gave us so much a good grilling. And you know what he said? I thought it might fetch a good price. The chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did. Nothing more, nothing. Would you Adam and Eve the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog? So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then. How could they? Anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, huh? Well, maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. What's actually in the trunk, though? I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police? Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. Oh, Toby. Let me look at the trunk before we see what Toby's on about. Let's have a look inside. Is that a piece of metal? You see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. Looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. But it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. Okay, keep that in mind. Look, there's something inside. Oh, let's see. Appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... What is it? It was for travel on the 31st, just one day before the incident. What, really? Huh. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? That is very strange. Blood? Look at this dark stain here. Do you think... Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yeah. St. Gina's been carrying this around with her. I didn't know any better. I suppose it does look like a grease stain from one of the fish and chips. Anything else? Nothing crazy. Okay. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden? Listen, Arhode, be careful. It must be the truck. Oh no, Toby! Toby, oi! What are you doing? You gonna lick his face off? Doggo, it attacked me! Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo! Gina, quickly, hail a carriage! Dog attack! Oh, we're awake. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright? Miss Susato. Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly. What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water? Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh, thank you. So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. Ah, the bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. Whenever you feel ready then. Can we talk to the detective? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, I think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment I feared that the infamous murder of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheek should do this trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Okay, well, I'll keep it in mind, thanks. Let's go for tea then.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot. Brodend wie ein Feuerberg.
What is this music? Also, what the heck happened here? What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? Ah, no, it's an old German folk song. Another fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Yeah, Mikitoba is passed out on the sofa. Iris is looking sad for some reason. Iris. Iris, what's the matter? Oh, doesn't want to talk. Who is that sprawling? I mean, that relaxed gentleman over there. That's Mikitoba, isn't it? 100%. Iris? Is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be so kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying to so desperately conceal, Iris. He's turned as white as a sheet. So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to music land where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray do enjoy Sherlock Holmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. Okay, here we go. A great deduction. Okay, the man's identity. I mean, I already know it's Mikitoba. Finally, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's German. He's a German with no grasp of the English language. What do you mean? I can see it's Mikitoba even though he has the mask on. I know what he looks like. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So why is the man here at all and in such apparent high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel the particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. No. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend, but these delectable flavors made the man's spirits soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived in my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund von Ormstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. There can be no question that the mask belongs to the King of Germany. It's Asogi's mask. What are you talking about? It's Kazuma's mask. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him. Aura, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. How was your stream? Let me give you a shout out, even though you can do it yourself, really. Oh, you're playing Project Zomboid, nice. How did it go? Did you survive? Oh, thank you for the shout out, Aura. I appreciate it. How was Project Zomboid? appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him. We're like on the final... Well, not final bit of the case just yet, but like... I feel like we're getting close to... whatever this secret is. There's something weird going on here right now. And I feel like it's... the last bit of this section of the game, hopefully. I'm going on a while. You thought you were going to die, so you got naked and went on a killing and looting spree. Turns out you weren't infected. We were resigned to it at that point. You know, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. If you think you're infected, might as well go naked, right? And if you realize you're not infected, why even put the clothes back on? Just, you know, who cares at that point? Just keep killing and looting and be free, I guess. Was great recon for the next year? Yeah, that works. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed, wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? Herlock, you're completely off the mark here. So the identity of the masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. It's not, by the way. It's not the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. It's not the King of Germany. The girl silence. Okay, Iris is not talking. But why? Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. Is it? £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you strive to hide within your silence, Iris? Ah, yes. We need only follow that brief, involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup. God, can't talk. It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. That is not the conclusion at all, Sholmes, please. I shall have a bill sent via government channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Oh my god. How can he be so wrong? So incredibly wrong. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot, Boden, Wien, Feuerberg, den Schlund
With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes, I must say something that does rather trouble me. Pray, Mrs. Arthur, do tell me. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now. He doesn't. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing, and according to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany. It was the King of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Ah, yes, minor. Very minor errors. Yeah. Even Mr. Shums is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. That is true. Very sad, but true. Shall we embark again? On a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Okay. Course correction. It's not the King of Germany. Iris knows why he's here. He only follow the gaze, but he goes to the herbal tea, which is not true. It's not about the tea. So what? It's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. I'd like to hear you singing, but this man... Just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stuck still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing. Well, yeah, there's probably a radio or like a record. Like this, the gramophone. There's a gramophone, still rarely seen in our own country. The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn. But machine singing, that can't be right. Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. What's right is changing too. It's too much for my brain. At least we found our answer. Yeah.
Take that!
The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all, in fact. It would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Ah, the music seems to have stopped now. Nice. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a gentleman from Germany, okay, this doesn't matter. The King of Germany, which is not at all. Iris is like, what the heck is he talking about? Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia. It seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his German theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gods, the boy whom you had in tears. Don't remind me or anyone else. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably, anyway. The point is that the mask doesn't belong to any king. Oh, that's right, as well as we know. As we well know, because we can identify the true owner of the mask. Yeah, it's... Kazumasogi.
Take that!
Yeah, Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. But it doesn't explain why this gentleman is wearing it now. But it's now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. Take off the mask. It's Mikitoba. But I already knew that. It was very easy to tell that. I don't believe it. Ah! Father! I'm afraid, Mrs. Odd, you must— No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes. That it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Yujin Mikitoba. Logic and reasoning? Or just looking and saying? I like his facial expression. Okay, so what is Iris hiding? I'm pretty sure I can make a guess that she's hiding the autopsy report of what's his name? John Six's brother from 10 years ago. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable, young Iris. Silence is unable to hide the truth. The reason of your mutus is concealed in the knapsack, which is not true. So that's a £5 note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. I know, I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence. He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence. Oh. What are we looking at here? Knapsack. Iris always wears that little bag on her back, doesn't she? Yes, that's right, though it's easy to forget about it because you can't see it from the front. There are 2 little felt dolls attached to it as well. Are there? I had no idea. I don't remember ever seeing them before. Is it possible there's always a £5 note poking from her bag that I just haven't noticed before too? I couldn't say with absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely. Okay, so if it's... Where did the glance go? Persian slipper? I don't think that's important. Features in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. When I first saw it there on the mantelpiece, I nearly fainted with excitement. Okay, well that's not that. What am I searching for here? Wait, the chest? It contains important documents, doesn't it? Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years, written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insists that the chest is kept locked at all times. She never once showed me inside. Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once. So it is. Mutara, hello, welcome. I hope you're doing well. That's hard to ignore. Very. I've never seen that chest unlocked before in all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
Take that!
So it's probably in there then. because it's been opened. Which is why the mask would have flown off onto Mikotoba's face somehow. I'm not sure how that would be possible. The cloth that was on it flew onto him as well. Stuff that was on the chest fell to the floor and broke. So it was flung open. An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. And it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Here we go. No! Hurdy, don't! Oh god. Well. Oh, he's done. He's gone. He's dead. Never. Oh, Hurdy, I told you not to open it. Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris. Ah. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Shums, isn't it? Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this part solo. Anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... You mean you don't actually know the answer yet, despite that knowing point of the finger before? Mrs. Sato, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Oh, well, if you say so. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then. There's a key. That's a key she's holding, look. I'm sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it? No, you're quite right. It appeared as if by magic. That's strange. A big old iron key. Where did it materialize from?
Take that!
Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. Ah! Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before. Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands, no doubt the key to the chest. You're so clever, Runo. So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, you can well imagine what happened here. But... Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air and land sprawled up on the settee. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea and above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Considering how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikotoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. The teacup's journey through the air ended when it was caught on the unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say that the stylish scarf is actually just a tablecloth? This is the great detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Would you expect anything less? Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Reno. Thus concludes Rinosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
Ah, there you go. An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes, if you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you are hiding a great secret. Ah, she is? From the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. Well, yeah, she wants to take that plate away. Or it's not a plate, it's a tray. So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. No. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cap. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikitoba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, a great secret is something else. Yeah, it's under the tray.
Take that!
You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Oh no. We visited Scotland Yard Autopsy Laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zieks had gone missing. Clint Van Zieks, yes, I do seem to recall. But some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? I mean, it was you, Iris. So those papers you have here are... I'm sorry. Oh, forgive me. Oh, poor Iris. Why did she take the case file, though? I mean, because her dad worked on it, probably, but then why try to hide it from us? Because it's a crime, but I guess. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby trap chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, I'm sorry, Hurley. You mean this autopsy report really is? Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly... Oh. Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's. The writing. Your father's writing? What do you really mean? Iris, it must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Ah, Father. Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up. So will I. No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Irish's Brutus to... Oh, well, he's gone. Guess there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Shums is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris and find out what's going on. Okay. Let's do this. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and the notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you are not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. Oh. His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley. But then one day... That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. Interesting. When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself, because it was the same as the writing you'd seen in your father's case notes. Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed to even look at it there. So you decided to steal it. And when I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. It's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then that I'd write the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now, and why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. Hurley, I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gorey and apologize, I promise. Yes, we'll go together, I think. Then, let me look after it for you until we get there. Ah, nice. I want to look at it. Clint Van Zieks, 33, British, 31st of May between 9 PM and midnight. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Interesting. Scarlet ink. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. Single stab wound to the heart. John H. Wilson. The little and ring fingers on the right hand. Not right hand, actually, for this. What? Why that? It's an odd thing to note. I'll have to keep that in mind. Scarlet ink. I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later. Poor Iris, she must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. Ah. What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. But that would mean... What on earth is the matter, Mrs. Otto? You've turned as white as a sheet. It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing is my father's. What? Wait, but that would mean... If the writing is the same, then it means your father was the one working alongside Sherlock Sholmes, and it means your father is Iris's father. Right? What? Wait. What? Okay. Professor Mikitoba's? Indeed, it's true. And now you know. My dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. What on earth does all of this mean, Mr. Sholmes? It's the idea that's slowly forming into my mind. It's just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikitoba then? But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible, my dear fellow. Pray, take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Japan, in Britain, rather. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikitoba engaged? Ah, of course. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. Okay. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So, what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. And please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend. And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madam, absolutely. So, where's your partner now? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Eugen Mikitoba. In other words, Mrs. Zato's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you. To my great friend and partner, Mikitoba. Professor Mikitoba? Of course he's awake. Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Eugen Mikitoba, your father. Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Sato-san to take in. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Pray, remind me, when was it again, Mikitoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Yes, quite. 16 years ago. I had just arrived from Japan with Seshiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense. And was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a rather similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for a little gain. And the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe. It was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikitoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. A case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves. The Professor killings. After the trial, Seshiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising given the circumstances. So there you have it, and as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. This is just amazing. Professor Mikitoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. Father. Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is? You know very well what that is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Of course, I'd almost forgotten about that. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in the metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father Must be you. Ah. On my word, Mr. Zato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You finally grasp the art of deduction. What? What you've always told me, Father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago, and you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris... Oh, there it is, Cesare-san's ice-cold stare. No, hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is? There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot, just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Sholmes, say something, man. That's quite enough, my fairy fellows. Mr. Sholmes, when did he get all dressed up? Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. But, Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage waits downstairs already. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visited our home after 10 long years, and when I opened that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably passed out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regained consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this. Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now. Well, I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you, completely. Susato. And sending the great detective and this great partner off on a renewed adventure together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. Very well then, we'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for today. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo, good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision. A decision? But that's to go back to Japan, I suppose. Okay.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Nice. To be continued? And, okay. Okay. So the case isn't over yet. But it counts as a separate thing, okay. Well done. The final chapter. The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I think we'll start that next week then. Because it's been 6 hours. I really should have some food. Oh, come on. Jump to title screen, there you go. Let me exit the game. Let me go see who I can raid here. There's quite a few people live that I could be raiding. I'll send you over to Bree, I think. He's going to be playing some Dead by Daylight. He's literally just gone live. Might as well. Yeah, as always, thank you for watching, everyone. I hope you had a good time, however long you were here. I need to let my voice rest this weekend, so I'll be back on Tuesday with more of this. But before then, I'll be back on Saturday as well. Saturday, Sunday with shit, blanking. What were we playing? What was I playing again? Kena Bridge of Spirits, right? Yeah, I think so. So yeah, more of that. Hopefully, we'll do some cool things with that. But yeah, God, I'm really blanking on stuff. But yeah, go say hi to Bree. Send some love over there. I'll be back on during the weekend or next week or whenever I'm live. Come hang out. It's great. Go send some love to Bree and stay cozy, stay safe. I'll go have some food because apparently I don't know what to do anymore. So bye bye everyone. Have a good one. Until next time. Bye bye.